We are now on second reading amendment number 12. And I believe that is Chairman Zwanitzer, if I can find. Go ahead.
It is, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to move second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1, and I'll ask for this body's favorable consideration. Members, this is called the PACE program, or the Program for All-Inclusive Care of the Elderly. And so when we talk on this floor a lot about our most vulnerable, our elderly, this is the population we're talking about, this program for all-inclusive care. It ran, I think in 2014 is when we established the program, ran solidly for 6 years, and it was part of the budget cuts 2 years ago to eliminate the funding for the PACE program. So what this budget amendment does is ask for 1.5 million of that back. And if you read the statute in 42.4.121, it clearly defines what PACE is. But let me just give you the quick overview from the statute. It enhances the quality of life and autonomy for frail older adults, maximizes dignity of and respect for older adults, enables frail older adults to live in the community for as long as medically and socially feasible, and preserves the support of the older adults family unit. So this program, basically at its heart, what it does is try to keep people out of nursing homes for as long as possible. And so they can transport people living in their own homes to facilities, and they provide things, vision, dental, hearing, home delivered meals, anything that doesn't require them to go into 24-hour long-time care. Because as we all know, as some people get older, issues arise, and you have that difficult point of when you have to decide, you know, can they live on their own or not? This is one of those great programs that extends that and has great outcomes. Certainly a quality of life better for our senior and our elderly to access care. And it's basically like, you know, summer camp every day for some of our senior citizens. They get to go to these facilities, interact with others, be in a supervised environment that has shower facilities, proper nutrition facilities. And so this was a really great program. We had a lot of consternation on this floor 2 years ago when it got cut. And certainly what happened in my community, we had to shuffle 139 people to other programs, some directly into the nursing home, some on other waivers. And so it was really traumatic. And so now also being chairman of this committee that oversees this program and many like it, this is one of those things that I believe we have the funding available to restore these cuts. We talked about this morning, really we need to help our elderly and our most vulnerable. And I think this is about the best program we have already in statute, already approved by CMS, that we can put money in originally, get people back ramped up in the program, and try to keep them out of our nursing homes and in their own homes for as long as possible. So happy to answer any questions.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, being a freshman here and not really up to date with that, is that this 1.5 million, does that apply all across the state? That if it does, then I need to get some information on it. Thank you.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, that was kind of the question I was going to ask. How widespread is this program? Will it reach into all the communities? Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I frankly haven't made up my mind about this one yet, but I want to offer some words of caution. Previous speaker said it was very traumatic when funds were cut. We cut those funds. People have learned how to deal with that. Right now, we're rolling in it. What happens the next time we're in a bad way, we're tight, and we have to cut these funds again, and we put these people through that one more time? That does concern me. Thank you.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the question was asked is this available throughout the entire state? And the answer is technically yes. It just has to be an established PACE program. At the time that this was cut, there was only one in the state that was established. I can't remember the exact number, but I want to say 80 to 100-ish adults were, as previously mentioned by the chairman of Labor Health, retransported into a different location, many of them into facilities that, they're residents at now. And then that's kind of what this entire purpose is to try to keep them out of a nursing home and keep them involved with a productive lifestyle where they can stay in their own home. They can have basically a break away from home, and they get that shower, they get that ability to go cooperate with others and actually integrate with others. I actually got to tour our facility here in this community a couple years ago. As a matter of fact, this community and the hospital, just a couple blocks away here, ended up investing just over $4 million of their own money into setting up this program. And they set that up, and then literally the very next year it was cut. So it's one of those things that this is a small amount of money out of our general fund. And I understand the concern about what happens if we have to do this again. We're rolling in it right now, but frankly, this is one of those programs that I don't think should have been cut. This was one of the most beneficial programs that we had in this state that truly did benefit some of our, I don't want to say most vulnerable, that term gets utilized maybe a little bit too much on this floor, but it was certainly to a vulnerable population, and the people's faces that you saw when you walked into this program were unforgettable. And frankly, for $1.5 million and what this can do for those individuals, it's a substantial increase in their livelihood. So on and forth. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Jennings for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I'm hearing correctly, only one community has that, and that's where we currently are at. What's the status of this, if we're going to vote $1.5 million? Because it sounds to me like a good program. What's the status of the other cities or other programs? Are they being set up? Are they close to, will they receive some of this money, or will all of this money only go to one community?
Representative Davis for your second time.
Mr. Chairman, is this a public and private venture here that we're looking at? Or is that what I understood? Okay, thank you.
Chairman Zwanitzer, I think you're probably about the last, unless,
Thank you. And so to answer a couple of those questions, first, there is, at the end of its lifespan here 2 years ago, there was only one current PACE program. And so there is no other people applying, because right now there's no money in the program. And so there's been talks certainly a couple years ago that someday we might bring this back. I know some people were talking, and we were going to wait till the budget session, if we continued to have funds. But I do think it's important enough that if we do have some funds, to put some money in the account and see if we can get some of these people to prevent them to go into those facilities. So the honest answer is it might be jumped on by the currently approved program in my community, and it might not be. They did, as previously mentioned, build a $4 million facility that is still equipped and I think ready to go if there is some funding. This money itself that we're talking about, without getting overly complicated, it's the Medicaid funds that are used. I'm trying to think the best way to walk you through this. Basically, you have people who have a understood metric on care and what it costs on average. The great thing about this program is it keeps people out of some of these facilities, and they have generally better outcomes and live longer and are happier. And to do that, it costs a bit more money. There's roughly 200 people that went through the program in my community. I think there were 140 at the end as this was ramping down. That's $8,000 to $10,000 a year of state dollars to try to keep them in their own homes and prevent them from going into long-term care. So overall, I got a couple of other figures, but it's roughly about $9,000 per person to provide all these services. And I do believe my community might jump on it if this funding was available this year, but certainly the expectation and the hope is it'll go back before the Appropriations Committee in the next biennial fiscal cycle, bring this program back to all eligible participants across the state, and hopefully help many of your constituents in your home communities should they wish to jump on board with this.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Chair is in doubt. Chief Clerk, just please call the roll.
Allemand. Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Plouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwaniter Dan. Zwaniter Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Allemand, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 26 no.
Second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, I withdraw second reading amendment number 37 from House Bill number 1.
Second reading amendment number 37 has been withdrawn. Representative Haroldson, if they're all in a row, are they?
Correct.
Representative Haroldson, why don't you give us all of those in a row if you're withdrawing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, I wanted them to cheer for me every time, but
There you
so
go.
I withdraw second reading amendment number 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 from House Bill number 1.
Second reading amendments number 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 have been withdrawn. We are now on second reading amendment number 43. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes in this game, you think you'll have a little bit of time between bills or amendments to get your speech ready and warm up. But I'm pleased to move second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1, ask for your favorable consideration. And so members, this is a match for the Department of Family Services. They just had a program in their state plan approved last month, and yes, it's a new federal program. And yes, the feds are throwing some money to this new thing called I think I can use its appropriate name. It's called the Family First Prevention Services Act. And it basically allows the federal government to do new things when it comes to foster care, when it comes to child protection, and when it comes to the entry point into the system for many kids. And so we've got our plan. We're one of the first ones up and have got that approved. and now we just need to fund it. And I think honestly, it didn't come before appropriations previously because we thought the feds were going to take a little bit longer than they did. But the great news is they've approved it and we're moving. And so let me tell you the great things about yes, it's going to be one-time money for this year with the expectation or the hope that they will talk about the program in more depth before the 2024 biennium. Basically, what the federal government has started allowing is there are now ways that have not been previously allowed to work with families at risk. And so those of you who are aware of the child protection services, you either go in through law enforcement or your hospital, take kids at risk who are in imminent risk of harm or injury or death. And depending on how this works, some stay until they find the other parent, some until a kin, some stay in the system for a year. What this new program has allowed that we're working with the feds on is to actually work with families that are, I would say, are high risk. And so these are the families where you may have had already one kid enter the system, but the second kid or other children still in the home have not entered that kind of red line of being at imminent risk of death or injury standard. And so it allows to be able to work with those families who are at risk, who are right on the verge. Think of malnutrition, abuse, neglect. Nobody wants these kids to go into the system if you can work with the families at home before they go into the judicial system and you get a whole lot of government bureaucracy involved. And so that's really the point of this amendment that I would hope would be agreeable to the whole body. Now that we're on, and this was a program, a funding source that existed till 2015, then the feds changed some stuff. Wyoming said we weren't going to work with this program anymore because it didn't suit Wyoming. Now with the new federal structure and our plan being approved, the funds are back, the program's back, and we are hopefully going to find creative ways and really solid ways to work with families before these kids get taken on the system, where they can stay for a very long time as a foster parent myself. And so that's the real point of this, is trying to ensure we have prevention and keeping those kids at home and working with those families on nutrition, on care, on all the things that our kids need. Because once they get in the system, it gets adversarial, it gets judicial, it gets expensive. And we're hoping that long-term, we actually say we're saving a lot of money in the court system with with our children at risk by taking this step. And so even though I think in future biennium, we get up to like a $3 million federal match for the end of this biennium to kick off the program now that it got approved quickly. I did talk to the department. They think they can do some great things and get this off the ground with $500,000 state, $500,000 federal match is included here, and show some positive results before next year's appropriation sections on, everything this program I think is expected to do. They can show there's some good work being done here in 2023. Be happy to answer more questions.
Representative Locke for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. I heard once you said it's a new program, and I think in another statement you said it's a program that's been there, but maybe not functioning. And just some more information if I could, please. Thank you.
Representative Larson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address that point, there's a program that existed in the probably around 2016 or 2017. We had cut the funding to it, and partially because it was all state general fund, and with the act that was referenced by the good brainer of the amendment, that makes it a little more appropriate. I will say that as we've done the mental health redesign and looked at priority populations receiving mental health services, really trying to get these families that are in crisis and getting in front of them before and get it taken care of before it gets to the point that the judicial system gets in and designates is the right step in the right direction. It certainly saves the state money if we can keep the families intact rather than going into foster care.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time prior to the bringer? Chairman Zwanitzer?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, everything the good Vice Chairman of Appropriations just said, it was prior till 2016, it was all state dollars, and it wasn't, I think, working as intended. So yes, it was an old program in preventative services. It didn't have the right tactics to actually do the good things that we hope to do with our families. So they reenacted the federal law and the federal program and revamped the whole thing because all the states were crying out that, this wasn't working. And so that's why the feds reapproved the program. Now it's 50-50 matches, and now for the first time they're allowing funds to be used to actually go in and work with the families before the kid goes into care. Because working with the families at the back end, is much more expensive and not as productive as being able to treat the problem at the beginning.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1 has failed. Division having been called, we'll just go to the roll call.
Allemand? No. Allred? I'm sorry. Allred? Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Berger? Aye. Brown? Aye. Burkhart? Aye. Byron? Aye. Chadwick? Aye. Chestick? Aye. Clouston? Aye. Conrad? Aye. Crago? Aye. Davis? No. Eklund? Aye. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? No. Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? No. Sherwood? Aye. Singh? Slagle? No. Smith? No. Stith? Aye. Storer? Aye. Strock? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Trujillo? Aye. Walters? Aye. Ward? No. Washit? Aye. Western? Aye. Winter? No. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Aye. Zwanitzer Dave? Aye. Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 25 no.
Second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1. Folks, in the presentation yesterday on Committee of the Whole, where we talked about moving the $3 million that was in the Department of Education for the St. Stephen's schools, and we brought it over to the Department of Family Services. There's $2 million of that you'll recall we put in that is distributed for services in the tribal DFS, and then we took the remaining $1,050,000 and it was going to local services in the Department of Family Services to help kids with the placement of kids with high behavioral needs, with the note that $500,000 of that would be available to either of the tribes on a one-to-one match. In that description in your book, they had the wrong unit number. And when we found it, we had already printed the budget and it was more complex than doing a technical change. Hence, we're doing a second reading amendment. So that's what this does. And stand for any questions.
Chairman Washit for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So am I correct that this was money that previously would have been going to fund the school, and now that the school is closed, is being repurposed for these other uses? Is that correct?
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Larson.
You're correct.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Representative Western. Just for my notes say that the last one did not require a roll call. And I think that's accurate. I don't think it added any additional money or subtracted. Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read amendment number, second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. So want to give you guys a little bit of context kind of behind this, and I think that should start with a brief overview of how these exchanges work. So in essence, a private landowner either buys or has deeded land, and let's say there's a chunk of state-owned land that they really want for whatever reason. The way the process generally works is they take that deeded land that they want and they submit it for an application and they identify the state land that they want. And it's a pretty exhaustive and comprehensive process in terms of all the hoops that they have to jump through and requirements that they have to meet. There's a ton of criteria. I won't get into the minutia of that criteria, but the biggest one is, does this exchange generate a financial benefit on behalf of the beneficiary, which, as we all know, state lands have to be managed for the benefit of our K-12 schools. Most of them, about 98% of them anyway. And so that's kind of the background behind this amendment. And specifically, when that application gets submitted, it goes to what's called Category 1 consideration. That means it receives an initial review from the director's office of does it meet the broad category or the requirements to merit further approval. That process takes anywhere right around 12-ish months, sometimes up to 18, and then it gets recommended to Category 2, which is basically the director's way of saying this is meet an initial review of all the required criteria and having gone through the process. From there, then it goes to the Board of Land Commissioners, the state 5 elected, and of course they have these commission meetings that are open to the public, and then that's where it goes for final approval or rejection. So that's kind of the history of this. And this specific one, it just is simply telling the Office of State Land, saying, hey, you cannot use the funds that are appropriated to you in this budget for these specific exchanges. The reason behind that is just, I think that they were kind of rushed. There wasn't enough time for consideration and involvement. So that's kind of the thought process behind them. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So the process was or was not followed? I guess I didn't quite get the determination on this, because from my understanding, the discussion that occurred up until the last, I don't know, 3 sentences of that conversation up there was everything was good. And it says, but there wasn't enough time for this to be considered. But from my understanding, the entire land process was by the book. Everything occurred correctly, which is no different than any other land exchange that occurs with this office. So if I'm misunderstanding that, I'd like to be corrected, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding exactly what was being stated. Thank you.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Members, we have heard this in committee a lot. We went through the whole process with the state land boards. Everything was being followed as appropriate. We've heard this numerous times, and this is another effort to stop the process as it normally flows. And so I urge you to vote against this amendment and let the process go the way it's supposed to according to procedures, and let our departments handle the business as they best see fit. Thank you.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious on, because this is very specific about a certain land exchange. So does this set a precedence, or have we done this in the past with other land exchanges kind of stepped in and cut things off. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know a couple of things that were tossed out there I'd like to address from the gentleman from the capital city. What I was describing was just basically how the process works now. In regards to these ones, in the most literal technical sense, yes, they do follow the process, but, and this is obviously my bias, so we all know that. The problem with the process is it's not very inclusive in the first place. The public has no idea that these are even in existence till about 2 years after the application has been submitted. So there's kind of this issue of making sure we're all on the same page at the same time. And that's kind of in a broad sense. And so I think that's kind of the consideration to the gentleman from the southwest part of the state. I could certainly appreciate that, but I think the underlying process is the one that's flawed, that's not really including the public in this process when these public assets are being negotiated with behind closed doors, and quite frankly, in secrecy. And so to the other good gentleman from the capital city, there have been instances in the past. I mean, this process or these exchanges have been going around since forever. I mean, for decades and decades. And there's been quite a lot of state land that has, I believe, that should not have been exchanged, but that's obviously a discussion for a different day. And so what this one, and these two in particular, were highly contentious. There was a lot of public pushback. When that disclosure does happen to the public, again, it's about 80% of the way through the process, there was a lot of pushback on these two, both from the sportsman community as well as the ranching community as well. And without going into too much detail, the general theme of the complaints is we were not informed. We never got a say on this process that has to deal with our assets. And this is just directs the department to say, hey, we can't use funds to further these specific applications. We need more time for public involvement. So that's kind of the thought process behind there, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1 has failed. Majority Whip, would you come up here? I think I'll have you run this and I'll get ready for mine.
Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading amendment 15 to House Bill 1. And yesterday, folks, we talked about you'll recall in the governor's budget, he has mineral royalty grants as one where we provide grants to communities for things that they need. And he wanted, we settled it at 10 million. He had 6 million of existing funds, and then we added in 4 million to make the total of 10 million. You'll recall that the 6 million was tied up in last year's budget in case we need it for budget balancers. So in yesterday's action, we released that. We just didn't have the language in the bill when we'd done it to appropriate it to be used for the MRG. So that's finishing this step up. But again, we missed it in the construction of the budget. And so this would increase this. That's what we've moved it back to that local community construction grant to be used as MRGs. And then that feels the rest of our responsibility to get that done. Happy to answer any questions.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment number 15, second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 has passed second reading. This is because, of course, this is an appropriation, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 35 aye, 26 no. 1 excused.
The next bill for our consideration, or excuse me, the next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 16. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this amendment does is adds one person, an economist, yeah, it's late in the day, in the School of Energy Resources Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis. The reason for that is this body keeps asking the School of Energy Resources to do things. Last time we asked them to do a special research project in the use of carbon dioxide in producing cement. These are over and above their planned research projects, and they're things that all of us have come up with ideas for, specifically at this time to look at some issues related to graphite. And that's what this does. It's $175,000 for that one position. That's the loaded number that includes benefits and everything else. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Any discussion?
Question?
Representative Ottman. Almost didn't see you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, is that position, you said it's for graphite, is it going to be ended at some point, or is it into perpetuity, or how's that going to work? Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Majority Floor Leader Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just also curious, the good bringer of this amendment, how many currently are serving in that department with Energy Resources? Just a number of full-time employees at that point right now, please, sir.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Hornock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if I got this right. It's a graphite economist. I'd like to know what that is. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Chairman Burkhart, take us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer those questions, graphite was just one example of some of the work they'll be doing. We can't mix these amendments. That's our procedure on the floor. So unless you read ahead and see what the next amendment is. So it's an economist that will stay in the department. SCR, School of Energy Resources, mission is to develop processes, products that can then be turned into viable products manufactured here in Wyoming. So there's an economic benefit to the research. To do that, you do have to have economists on the payroll that can do those analysis. Fairly specialized field in that. And we've asked for this, and they don't want to do a lot of work that then results in a product that is not economical to produce. So that's the reason for it. Question was asked about number of employees. Currently, School of Energy Resources has, I believe it's around 43, 45 employees. And so this economist would be added to their staff as a full-time permanent employee. And with that, I'll call for the question.
Question having been called, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Amendment number 16 has passed second reading. Chief Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 26 no.
Second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1 has passed second reading. The next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 17. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of the second half of this amendment. I divided this because I knew somebody would anyway, so we might as well just start with two separate amendments. So what this amendment does is gives the School of Energy Resources $300,000 that ends at the end of the fiscal biennium to do research, both technical and economically, to determine the feasibility of producing graphite from Wyoming coal and other source materials. The School of Energy Resources has recently started working on a material called graphene, which is a very thin crystal that has some of the same characteristics as nonstick surfaces and diamonds made from our coal. Graphite is stacking that up on top of layer after layer. Currently, you can mine graphite. It's available. Problem is, guess where it's available from? Those countries that we don't really have good relations with and don't really want to support. 75% of the available natural graphite is from those countries. And this lets you, the School of Energy Resources, look at producing this from our coal, whether it's producing it naturally or potentially even mining it. There used to be a graphite mine in Wyoming. And that's what it does. It's an extra research project that they have. The request came from a company, the company's about 6,700 employees. They do a lot of military contracts and is interested in building a production facility in Wyoming. They can't secure graphite from those countries because they're not considered friendly to the United States. And they're looking for a specific source. And in a recent meeting with them, asked that specific question, could you supply high-grade, high-purity graphite? So we don't know. School of Energy Resources doesn't know for sure. This gives them money to do that research. And again, another use for our coal. Coal in Wyoming starts out actually among the best. There's a technical and chemical reason for that and makes it easy to turn into other products. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions. Oh,
Any further
I
discussion?
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I did not officially move that bill, that amendment. So I move second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any discussion? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the good bringer. If this is a feasible market, why isn't private business pursuing this? Why are we doing it?
Any further discussion for the sponsor? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we just allowed the graphite economist, so here we go again with this. One of the things that I've learned and something to understand, we want to support our coal industry, but one of the things that they have mentioned is all of these little nuances with coal that we can extract something and do something with coal. The market for that is rather small. And so it's not like we're increasing the number of trains that get loaded with coal. How much graphite are we talking about here? And again, this doesn't necessarily, it's not even a drop in the bucket, I think, in supporting our coal industry. This is funding something that may or may not do good. And again, I agree that if this were economically feasible, I think the free market would jump on it. But we're not seeing that. So anyway, thanks.
Any further discussion? Back to the sponsor, Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer some of those questions, you're right, it's a small market. The current value for high-grade graphite is approximately $1,000 a ton. And that in itself ought to say something there, considering that our thermal coal right now is going for about $12 a ton on the contract, $30 on the spot market. So small quantities can add up to a lot of money for the state. This again is cutting edge research. No one knows. That's why private industry isn't doing it yet. There are companies doing it. Graphene is a very popular product, and they are starting to work on that. This expands that research project to include additional uses for Wyoming coal. So with that, I'll call for the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Obviously, this is an expenditure, so this requires a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick, Clauston, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washit, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Brown? No. Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 24 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for consideration is second reading amendment number 18. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty small, insignificant amount of money. Frankly, I don't even think they need this much money, but what this is doing is asking the University of Wyoming to give us a little bit of an understanding of what it would look like to do a feasibility study on opening up in-person classes in Cheyenne and in Rock Springs, down along the I-80 corridor. Why did I choose these two locations? Number one, we have population in these two locations. The population is growing, and we have a need, right? We have a need for these locations to continue to see baccalaureate degrees issued. Well, this was actually brought to me by a constituent of mine that has actually done some research on this and has looked pretty heavily into the idea that the more opportunities you have to increase your baccalaureate programs in your capital city and areas of interest, and I think mainly like over in the Rock Springs area, where you actually have some potentials for, you actually have a community college where they can actually grow this program. It's a really good opportunity for our local businesses to have a higher educated workforce and be able to choose some of the different opportunities that don't present themselves right now for workforce development, stuff like that. So this is of their money, that's not asking for any other money. And I've actually spoken with the university. They think they can do this for less than this. It's just simply asking for this money to be put forward and ask them to report this back to us, the appropriations team, as well as the joint education team. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Representative Davis? Mr. Speaker, good question for the bringer of the bill. Are they going to study the winter travel issues in this also? Any further discussion? Anyone else for the first time? For a second time, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's actually a good question, and they're not necessarily going to be looking at the travel. That's actually kind of the purpose of this, is to try to keep people in their home locations as well and allow them to finish off their degrees in these locations. Good chunk of the people who travel over the hill here to the city to the west of us to do this would potentially be able to get their teaching degrees here and finish off their teaching degrees and actually stay in this community. They're the people that, you know, own homes and they can't afford to just up and move over to the university area. So this would be an enticement to these people to increase their knowledge and their level of education without having to uproot themselves and move on to a different community.
Sensing the urge to vote, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment, division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please remain standing if you are an aye vote. All those opposed, please stand. That amendment is adopted 31 to 29. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 19. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 1.
Second reading amendment number 19 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 44. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 44 to House Bill number 1 and ask for favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spent a total of $31,779,266 so far today. This is on top of the $411 million that the budget brings on top of last year's budget. So when we talked about being fiscally responsible, I guess I'm going to have to ask everybody what their definition of that is. So I bring you an amendment that tries to help us go the other way a little bit. Let's have a little payback for some of these add-ons we put on the budget. We have a program here within the Wyoming Business Council that has not been used for over 8 years. And for some reason, we're trying to put $7.5 million into that. So I just ask for your favorable vote to remove $7.5 million from the budget, maybe pay for some of this $31 million that we've added on. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to help educate the body on what this project is, the Community Facilities Program. It is in State Statute 9-12-804. It has been on the books, but hasn't been funded recently. But this is what it does for our communities. So eligible projects including the preservation of former school and government facilities that have a community use. So I'm sure if you were to close your eyes and visualize, your hometown, we can all think of examples of this in our communities. This is a program that the Business Council administers, but that SLIB has final approval over. The grants are for local governments, provide space for community gatherings and functions, recreation, swimming, athletic, and youth events, and projects must be related to economic development or enhancement of our quality of life. So you can use these funds to expand, renovate, or remodel existing surplus school or government facilities. So I think this is a good thing for our communities. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm just trying to understand, if we haven't used it for 8 years, all of a sudden, why do we need it? Evidently, these needs have been met for the past 8 years, not 8 months. And so $7.5 million, I know in the greater scheme of things that we've been spending here today is not a huge amount, but to the folks back home that are paying these taxes and are paying more fees and stuff like that, $7.5 million left in our general fund might be better used to put somewhere else that's a little bit more pressing than to reallocate to a fund that has not been used for over 8 years. So I would stand against this amendment.
Anyone else for the first time? Representative Davis.
Mr. Chair, my house district is about 1,100 square miles, and looking at all the communities that I've been through over there, there's not really a very big appetite for this. We don't have the buildings to start with. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, this amendment was brought by our good folks down the hall, and we acquiesced to it as a courtesy for them. And so it was part of our discussions and our negotiations when we put this this budget together. And so I hope you support the amendment.
Representative Walters. Anyone else for the first? Oh, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Just a current update with our staff that keeps track of where we're spending and what we're doing today. We spent 25 million. 14.6 of that has gone into savings by virtue of the Cultural Trust or the Wildlife Trust.
Anyone else for their first time? Seeing none, to the sponsor.
Well, I might need a graphite economist to make sure that I stay on top of that $6 million that I was off there by that. I think everything has been said that needs to be said. Let's have the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 44 to House Bill 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Second reading amendment number 44 has not been adopted. The next bill for our the next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 45. Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. Here's another opportunity. We can get 30 million back, get a lot closer, and if we're only at 25 million, we can clean everything up. This is again the Wyoming Business Council. We have a couple of programs. You know, when you take a look at this account, the idea of this organization is to bring jobs to the state of Wyoming. But we have projects here that have to do with community centers, swimming pools, workout rooms, this type of thing. Most of these are where the community has already raised money to accomplish this. And they're just asking for a little bit more in a grant. But again, we're going to continue spending this money frivolously. Let's let the local community that is concerned about the issue raise the funds for that issue if they're close. And I will move the amendment. I move second reading amendment number 45 to House Bill number 1. And I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anybody else for their first time? Vice Chairman Larson.
So the governor's, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and folks, that's a great conversation. It's a big chunk of cash, and we acknowledge that the governor's request was 60 million. We've got it at 30 million. We cut it by half. What we're hearing from around the state is, you know, I think that we can all go back to various things that perhaps we disagree with business council funding, but, you know, that's fine. But what we currently have right now, you've got a community down in the southwest portion of the state that's really trying to figure out how they're going to handle the influx of people when they do some nuclear expansion. You've got communities, that same community and other communities in that part of the state that are saying, how do we what do we do to be ready to handle the influx of people associated with that, that chemical that we make glass and Trona. Thank you. Just not supposed to say it. And so, so we've really been trying to, the Business Council has been reaching out to those communities, plus the community has been impacted otherwise, trying to make a shift in their approach on this Business Ready Community grant stuff to say, how do we prepare you for this growth? And so that's our logic, and that was what we're hearing from our community, from your communities and other communities, and from the Business Council and why they're doing it. There's one pretty significant investment that is being made over the mountain here for a large, and I'll have to have one of the other folks tell me, a hydroponic facility that originated, the idea originated when at the university here, has since gone out and populated and served very well in California. They want to bring it back and establish the research facility here. Those are the things that we're trying to do with that. That's not a hydroponic thing that you grow in your wife's mudroom. You know, this is it's a big deal, and you might visit with the folks from that county and get a little more. So I'd encourage a no vote.
Anyone else for the first time? Oh, Chairwoman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we need to have a look at what Wyoming Business Council does and what the grants do. And they do good work. And in my community, we've gotten several of these grants, always with matching funds. Sometimes with our economic development organization taking on some debt to meet those matching funds. And so far, it's always worked out. But some of the projects that we've done include meat packing was our most recent project. We did a project with firearms facility, firearms manufacturing facilities, and most of, I think maybe all of the projects that we've done in cooperation with the Business Council were existing businesses in our community. They weren't new businesses. They were people that wanted to expand and had an opportunity to expand, but they just kind of couldn't make that next leap. And through this funding, we've helped those businesses increase their workforce in our community by 2 or 3 times what they had and if they had not had this funding. So I think as we look at the Business Council funding, and sometimes it seems like it's just sitting there, well, sometimes it's just sitting there waiting for that right project. And we in our communities and our economic development organizations within our communities are tasked with bringing the Business Council those really quality projects, most of which are existing businesses in our communities. Thank you. On and against the amendment.
Anyone else for the first time? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed on the last amendment, a little bit of confusion across the floor because many of us are just used to saying no, no, no. I would urge an aye vote and save the 30 million. And the reason that I do that is I just personally have a little bit of a problem with so-called economic development systems. I think they are fraught with peril. When you have a combination of government entities and private entities, it just leads to a lot of temptation. I'd urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this amendment. And the reason I'm on and for this is I think we should save this money. I've seen a lot of abuse of the Wyoming Business Council. There's a business in my district that the Business Council had recruited an operation to come in and compete directly against them. Fortunately, the SLIB board saw that and shut it down. And I think it's also a lot of this Business Council money is going in direct competition to our local banks. And so it's our government against local businesses. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So ladies and gentlemen, the Business Council, when they brought their request to the Appropriations Committee, wanted 60 million, and they wanted but 4 new positions. And so basically, we cut their ask in half, and we denied those positions. But the projects that they did explain to us that were on this, that this 30 million would work for were extremely encouraging and well thought out, and so I'm in support of the original amount and against the amendment.
Anybody else for their first time? To the sponsor, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so everybody understands where we're at, the carryover in the fund that we're talking about for the Business Ready program is $33,723,000. So, I'm sorry, yeah, $33,723,000. Last year, we appropriated $24 million. So the board throughout the year has recommended $21 million. So we sit right now with $37 million in the account for them to spend. Yes, they asked for 60 million, but they're sitting on 37 million, and now we're going to give them 30 million more. So there's really no need. And in one shot, you can clean up all your spending from the beginning of the day. I asked for the question.
Question having been called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Second reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1 has failed. Division being called. We'll just go to a roll call vote. Chief Clerk. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. That amendment is defeated, 34 to 27. Like I said. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 20. Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I move second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill number 1 and request your favorable consideration. When we think about the judiciary, most of us picture judges in black robes sitting at a bench in a courtroom. But what we often fail to recognize is how vast that organization is that provides judicial services statewide in all of our county seats, in all of our circuits and districts, and across the state of Wyoming. And so in the budget request that we heard about yesterday, there was a request from the judicial branch to add an attorney for the purpose of helping that branch and all of its vast number of 275 plus employees and 55 judges manage all of the regulatory things that impact the judicial branch. The judicial branch and their employees are impacted by the same thing that the executive branch and even the legislative branch and often the private sector encounter. Things like the Fair Labor Standards Act, Family Medical Leave Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, on and on and on. So what this request is to add that one staff attorney so that the judicial branch will have a resident expert who can get ahead of some of these issues rather than forcing judges and others to try and make decisions on the fly. For example, you're in a trial setting and a witness shows up who has some type of disability that must be accommodated. What's the court supposed to do? What is an appropriate accommodation for that disability? And when the judges are making these decisions on the fly at the moment, sometimes they get them wrong. And the hope here is that by having an attorney who's expert in these areas, that they'll be able to develop policy and procedures judiciary branch wide that are consistently applied and allow the courts to function knowing what these requirements are and having a plan in place in advance rather than asking our judges on top of all their other numerous duties to also deal with these sorts of issues. So I just encourage an aye vote to allow us to give our judicial branch some of the resources that exist in abundance in the executive branch. Please vote aye.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to go with an aye vote on this one because dealing with the conservation districts and all these changing seems like monthly. It's hard to know where you are in these contracts when you're dealing with the federal government. So it really becomes part of the bog down in the whole process. It's not knowing where you are today.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, buddy, I'd like to urge an aye on this vote. I can't, but I'd like to.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Hornock.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Maybe I could urge an aye vote as well. If this position would have been there, perhaps we would have stopped the courts from closing down during COVID, from forcing mask wearing during COVID, from shutting down jury trials during COVID. So perhaps this would have helped the judicial system actually function as it should have been. Thank you.
Chairwoman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question as I read this. Usually when we do this, somewhere it says that it's going to be ongoing, and then sometimes it says it's not allowed to be ongoing, and I'm wondering where we are with the nature of this position, if it would be an ongoing position or if it would is just for this 1 year.
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else? Representative Pendergraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't help myself. We just did a budget. Is this a brand new problem? I don't understand why this is coming up now. Please help.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. To the good chairman of TRW, the request from the court was to have it ongoing. Might have to, if this passes, might have to rectify that in third reading.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So we pressed our judicial branch quite extensively about this position. It came about, and so to answer the question, why is this new, why now, why not a year ago? There was a report that came out from the association that deals with the bar saying that it's recommended to have a full-time attorney, strangely enough, advising the judges around the state about their compliance with various federal laws, including the Americans with Disabilities Act, for instance. And I did personally interview a couple of my local judges about this to say, well, and my point to them was, well, you know, you're a judge, you're already the smartest person in the room. Why do you need a lawyer, right, to tell you what the law is? That was my initial reaction. However, they said that what happens is if they have to make these determinations on an ad hoc basis as case by case, you get different results in different courts across the state. And our spokesperson or the representatives from our highest court really believed that to make sure that we had uniform compliance with federal laws, including the Americans with Disabilities Act, that it really made sense to have this position funded across the entire judicial branch. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Washit.
Thank you. According to our good LSO folks, if we don't specify that it's one time, then the default is that it's ongoing funding. And I don't care why you vote aye, just vote aye.
Question being called. All those in support of second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1 has passed. Given that this is an appropriation for more than $100,000, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? No. Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Haroldson? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 25 no.
Second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1 has passed second reading. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 21. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This shows up, if you look in your budget bill on page 78, lines 4 through 8. It deletes those lines. And so at first glance, it might appear that the purpose is to delete the positions, these new positions at the Supreme Court. But if anyone's listening from the court, the answer is we're not trying to delete your new positions at the court, just so you know. This is for a visual, a data trainer for the new online filing system, and then an audio-visual person. And so you might ask the same question, well, We did a budget last year. Why do we need this this year? The online filing system is just being rolled out. It's been a long time in coming. Basically, online filing for practitioners and frankly the public is a big deal because it should greatly streamline court filings, make them faster, have a lot fewer disputes about if you drop something in the mail, did you drop it in the mail, did I get it? So this online filing system is a big deal. It's been very expensive. It's rolling out this year. And so along with that comes a lot of training necessary for both the circuit court clerks and the district court clerks. So that's what the positions are for. With that background, what does this amendment do? This amendment says it's very hard to hire people if you tell them that they're going to have a job for 12 months and then they're going to be fired. So what this amendment does is says, no, these positions are full-time and they will become part of the judicial branch's standard budget in the future. So please vote aye.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just more of a question. So we've bought a system to streamline. I understand there's probably training, but now we have 2 new positions full-time. I'm just trying to understand. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody else? To the sponsor, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, we also presented that question as to whether, well, gosh, if you get people trained up, then the person won't have anything to do in year 2. Because it's a relatively large, we do have a lot of deputy clerks across the state, and there's a fair amount of turnover, and the system will have updates. It's expected that these people will be employed full-time for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Sensing the urge to vote, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Second reading amendment number 21 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 46. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 46 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this, you guys, is a decrease on the judges' salaries. This would be a 6% increase if we were to pass this. So we're just going in and removing that increase with the fact that there was already a cost of living increase that was passed in the budget. This would be a 6% on top of that. And I believe it's an easy way that we can make a slight down adjustments. At the same time, it's a situation where these individuals are already in the upper pay scale and pay rate on the state, and I believe this would be a way that we can just make a bit of an offset.
Anybody else for their first time? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. So on and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So like some of the other folks that we've talked about, the justices themselves, and this is the circuit court justices, circuit court judges, the district court judges, and the Supreme Court judges are not part, their wages are statutorily set. So they didn't get any of the pay raise that we did last year, and they won't get any of the pay raise we do this year. And they haven't had a pay raise since 2016. And so basically, frankly, this doesn't even keep up with the pay raises that we're giving this last year and this year. But it is a boost for them. So on and against the amendment.
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else? To the sponsor, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So from what I thought we had, I thought we did have an increase for them, but at the same time, this is a $877,000 decrease that would help see at the offset. One of the things I think we need to understand is in this budget process, we have yet to cut. And I just think we need to ask that question. Again, this is a policy. It's a situation where and I know we're in a flush year, but at the end of the day, we need to start asking I think a very simple question. Are we going to the policy that we have to ask ourselves, are we willing to do, is are we willing to see the savings that will lead us through those downturns? And I think a lot of what we're doing here is just asking that question, you guys. Okay, here's another area. Let's answer the question: are we willing to cut? Are we willing to cut? This is not the budget in the fact that when we say no to something like this, it isn't like we're taking money away. We're just not adding to. And I think we need to also keep that in mind. So, you know what, we can keep doing this. We can go through third reading. We know the numbers. We see the numbers. We know the vote numbers. We see those numbers. But really, we have to ask ourselves, what's the policy at the end of the day? Are we going to continue to carve away at that increase that we have on the state, or are we going to continue to spend it? That's really the policy that we need to ask. And with that, I call for the question.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 46 to House Bill 1, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Second reading amendment number 46 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 22. Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So what this amendment does is basically restores the governor's recommendation of a full external cost adjustment for K-12 education. In October 10th of 2022 at the JEC's fall meeting, in accordance with Statute 21-13-309U, the Joint Education Interim Committee recommended to the Joint Appropriations Committee that for school year 23-24, the K-12 Education Resource Block Grant Models categories be adjusted by the following external cost adjustments, which was 12.759 for educational materials, 27.82% for energy category, 4.254% for professional labor category, and 5.377% for non-professional labor category. Further, the external cost adjustment enacted by the legislature for school year 2022 and 2023 was recommended to be sustained for school year 23-24. External cost adjustments shall be enacted on a cumulative basis. So that was the recommendation out of JEC. The governor made a similar recommendation. The JAC felt that the materials category and the energy category hadn't seen as high inflation as the indices were reflecting. The JAC also made the ECA adjustment one time. This amendment makes the ECA ongoing. This amendment takes the ECA back to the recommendation of the JEC and the governor. And I think that, I believe this is the most constitutional, that this amendment gives us the most constitutional position for the legislature.
Anyone else for their first time? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. Yeah, in support of the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, this was the position of the House Appropriations Committee when we were working with our friends down the hall. The number that you have in your supplemental budget was a compromise because frankly, they came out even lower. They were around 10 or 15 million. And we wanted to fully fund it. And so on in support of the amendment.
Anyone else for their first time? Anyone else for their first time? To the sponsor for a second time. Speaker Summers. Nope. Sensing the ears to vote. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill 1, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Given how this is an increase in appropriation, there will need to be a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please tell the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Warnock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washit. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 26 no.
Second reading amendment number 22 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is number 23. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you amendment number 23 to House Bill 1 and do ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment appropriates one-time dollars, so one-time expenditure for this budget, supplemental and into the next for the next biennium of $280,000 to the Wyoming department that oversees your education. And what it does is it creates funding for one new position and funding for conversion of one existing position. And the new position and the converted position will fall within the department that oversees charter schools. So as you are aware, we created a pilot program recently that resulted in 3 new charter schools in the state. As this grows, the department needs a division to oversee compliance, regulation, and accountability for those charter schools. So the department has asked for this, a budget amendment. What they plan to do is they have an individual who staffs private school compliance, and that individual will be combined into the new position that will be the charter school compliance and private school compliance, and then they believe that they'll need one more staff. So this $280,000 covers salary. It also covers per diem for the board, travel, and technology expenses for the board as well. And this is school foundation dollars. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Anyone for their first time? Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to ask, we have a bill coming up that deals with charter schools, and is this position in that bill? Thank you.
Thank you,
Anybody
Mr.
else?
Chairman.
Anyone else for their first time? Seeing none? Back to the sponsor for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies for jumping on the mic there. There is a bill circulating through the legislature that deals with charter schools and creating an independent board. It itself would create one new position and this equivalency. So that is correct. Those positions will staff would staff the independent board, and this would be the funding for those positions to staff that board.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1 has passed. Division being called? No. No. It's roll call. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Elliman. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Berger, aye to no. Allred, aye to no. Allemand, no to aye. Chadwick, aye to no. Stivar, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 25 no.
Second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 24. Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the best way to understand this is to get out the spreadsheet and turn to the very last page on page 20 and look at footnote number 2. And footnote number 2 says, JAC added section 300 AA to specify that subsections P through Z of this section shall not be effective if 2023 House Bill 89 is enacted into law. So what this says is if House Bill 89, which currently resides on the general file, later on passes the House, then this amendment is not necessary, and that's because 89 does exactly the same thing as this amendment. But what if the other situation takes place? If the House Bill 89 later fails, what happens then? In that case, if these provisions stay in the budget, and it will be law and go into effect for the rest of the biennium, even though the body voted against that bill. In my view, the supplemental budget is not the place to debate the merits of House Bill 89, and I don't intend to do that. That's a long debate, many pros and cons. It should be debated when the bill comes to the committee of the whole. I ask that you vote to remove the provisions related to Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account and Common School Permanent Land Reserve Account so that they can be debated properly in the course of regular order. If you turn to page 19, I'll show you what I'm talking about there. Once again, I'll direct you to footnotes And what this amendment does is removes footnotes 8, 9, and 10. Footnote 8 transfers $274,700 from the rainy day account to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund reserve account. Footnote 8 transfers, or footnote 9, I'm sorry, transfers $112,600,000 from the rainy day account to the Common School Permanent Land Fund reserve account. And footnote 10 directs the state auditor to transfer $240,500,000 or as much as is available from revenues attributed to fiscal year 2024 to the school foundation program account to the general school permanent land fund reserve account. So those are the three pieces that I'm removing with this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can deal with House Bill 89 when it comes to the floor and have a proper debate. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Anybody for their first time? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, on and against second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1, and for the following reasons. The purpose of these subsections on the bottom of page 88 and the top of page 89, the purpose of it is to put enough into the reserve accounts so that they can be invested in a different way so that we can get a better return on them. And essentially right now, if the return we're getting on the monies in the reserve accounts is 1.2, 1.5%, something like that. And the reason the returns are low is because they're reserve accounts and they have to be available on a short-term basis potentially. The purpose of this section 300 PQ RNS, the purpose of it is to have enough money in the reserve accounts that you no longer have to manage the funds on a short-term basis, but can manage them on a 5-year time horizon. Okay, so if you look, so what happens if we adopt this amendment? What happens? It'll change the balances in these accounts quite dramatically. So if you look at I think it's worth looking at the goldenrod on page 5. So taking these, we have two accounts, the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account on the one hand and the Common School reserve account on the other. Looking at the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account first, on page 5 of our most recent goldenrod, which is January 30th edition, I believe, on line 26, the total balance available with the budget as presented will be $576 million. Okay? That 576 includes this $274 million that shows up in the budget under subsection P. So if you remove that, the balance in this reserve account will now be $302 million. Fair enough, just simple arithmetic. If we adopt this amendment, the balance in the reserve account comes down by 274 to $302 million. Likewise, in the Common School reserve account, again on the same page of the goldenrod, page 5 of the January 30th version, line 45, it has the ending balance at $569 million if you do the transfers as suggested. If we adopt the amendment, however, then that gets reduced by $358 million. And the reason it's 358 is because you add the 112, it's at the bottom of page 88, to the 246, the top of page 89. Okay, so let's imagine we adopt this amendment. What that means is the balances in the accounts, $302 million in the permanent reserve account and $211 million in the common school account, that's about $500 million that's now trapped in a low-performing fund, okay? You have $500 million that's only earning you 1.5% interest. If we adopt the budget as presented, then that same $500 million that's already there can be invested on a longer term horizon with a projected return of 4.5%, 5%. So if we adopt this amendment, what does it mean? It means that we lose perhaps 4 percentage points of returns, 4 percentage points on $500 million. So 4% of $500 million is $20 million a year. So what this amendment costs, if we adopt this amendment is going to cost us $20 million a year. And so as between having $0 and $20 million in a year, I'd rather have $20 million a year. So I urge you to vote no on the amendment.
For your first time, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you to vote no on this amendment for several different reasons. The first is we don't even know if 89 will be debated on this floor because it hasn't been brought out of the general file. So I think it is incredibly important that we demonstrate our desire to debate this issue, number one. But number two, what this amendment does, it incorporates what our good elected official, who's the caper of the Treasury, and his investment staff, this is exactly what, in our CapFin committee, exactly what we've been working on for over a year and a half. This is an implementation of a mechanism where we can make more money with our money. And so this is a vehicle in case House Bill 89 doesn't come out or doesn't pass the body down the hall, then we're still implementing a policy change to make more money with our money. And it's important enough that it needs to be in both places. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if you have your budget bill already open to those paragraphs that are in question right now, you'll see that many of them start with the word notwithstanding. Notwithstanding, and then it quotes a statute. Then the next paragraph, notwithstanding, and then it quotes a statute. What does notwithstanding means? It means in spite of or despite that what is in law, what is in statute. It's saying in spite of what's in statute, let's do something differently. Now, if that's not legislating in the budget, we're getting awfully darn close. I actually like what's here, the philosophy, but I think the place to deal with that is in House Bill 89, so that we're not using words like notwithstanding in the budget bill. So I would urge an aye vote for this amendment, and I'd also urge the good majority floor leader to bring 89 to the floor so that we can debate that on its merits and do it outside of the budget bill. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could not possibly echo any better what was just said, but I also want to address the $20 million. If we don't do this, if we pass this amendment, which I am on and for the amendment, then the money will be put on the table. House Bill 89 will come out, and I also urge the majority floor leader to bring it out. We will debate it as it should be, and we will not lose $20 million. I think that the $20 million is what I've been talking about all day. Let's get this stuff put into these accounts rather than in all these coffee cans. But we need to do it in a way that we can all debate it, we can all give our point of view on it, and then make a good decision. To jam it in here in the budget, it's just not right. On and for the amendment.
For your first time, Representative Davis.
Mr. Chair, as being a new freshman here and one of many out here, I think it would behoove us to take a look at this and just to see what it is. Maybe there is something better on the other side of the road. I don't know, but without being presented both sides of the argument, I think we need to see both sides of the argument. Thank you.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
I think I heard the good chairman of appropriations say support, and so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to urge an aye.
Anybody else for your first time? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's been some debate over the last couple of days, and we've heard a couple of arguments about moving funds into accounts that make more money for us as far as savings goes. But as far as I understand, that assumes that our market's going to continue the way that it has been over the last couple of years. So I think that doing that might be somewhat of a risky investment. And then, I've heard arguments too about well, if we'd have done this 5 years ago, then we'd have boatloads of money. Well, if you remember 5 years ago, I don't know that we wanted to touch the market. So I think that this, if I'm understanding this correctly, I think this kind of hedges ourselves a little bit for a potential downturn with the market as well, that I think we're going to be facing here very soon. So I would recommend voting aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else for your first time? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Whip. I'm going to encourage a no vote on this. Remember, as we discussed this during the presentation a couple days ago, the whole point of increasing these reserve accounts is to be able to generate more revenue with the same amount of risk. What the markets are doing or not doing, our investment team is already protecting ourselves in that regard. But the ability to put more money into play at the higher values of interest available is really what the desire is, to get these reserve accounts up there. There's an idea out there that's been floated out there that we could use the LSRA to backstop or be basically our reserve accounts for the PMTF as well as the common school account. The trouble with that is we have too many obligations on that LSRA that force it to be held down in some lower portions of it in a lower interest bearing principle and market. And so again, the whole goal here is to keep our Wyoming dollars working harder for Wyoming at the same level of risk. And so, like I said, I would encourage a no vote on the amendment, and thank you for that.
Anyone else for their first time? Chairman Hirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I encourage a no vote on this amendment. A couple things I'd like to address. First of all, there's talk from the representative from Southwest about the notwithstanding and legislating in the budget. And you'll see that notwithstanding language on 89 and 90, and it's referring to the tips that occur in July if the reserve account meets the max. You know, if you want to take those out, really, the reason why it's put in there is because we want to grow the reserve account. Okay, so we don't, that's part of that thing. That we have done those type of notwithstandings every year in the budget, right? And so we started down this road of red light, yellow light, green light in the budget bill, particularly with this governor. This is certainly not a red light. There's no way that notwithstanding is a red light. It's dealing with finance, budget, and appropriations. So I don't think that's even an issue, but I think the bigger issue is really how are we going to save our money? And we want to save it and be really smart about it. And here's what we got. And I can't use props, so I can use my hand. This is $9 billion. This is $400 million. This is invested in cash, 1 or 2%. This is for total rate of return. We want to make this now bigger so we can invest it for total rate of return. How much money are we talking about? We're talking about over the last 5 years, and I'm not talking about any market hocus pocus. We can look back 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years. But looking back at the last 5 years, it's $100 million a year. Now, that's not more spending. That's how much we would grow the accounts, because that would tip back over into the corpus. And so in the last 5 years, we could have grown our permanent corpus by by $500 million, right? $500 million just by getting our money working smarter and harder for us. All of us try to do this in our personal life. All of our constituents try to do this. This is a common sense conservative values that we are elected to uphold. So important that we put our money to work smarter, because other than, I can say Alaska, I think, who has the most volatile sources of revenue in the country, Wyoming is second. Sometimes we'd slip to third with North Dakota, the most volatile revenue streams in the United States. And so the third leg, we're really blessed, right? Every state really has 3 legs of taxation: sales, property, and income. And we've replaced that income with this revenue off our permanent endowments, 30%. And we want to make sure we stabilize this revenue stream, this 30%, and make it work harder for us. So important. This is like a tipping point probably for the 67th. Because next year you're going to come here and you're going to have 2/3 vote to even do anything. I guess you can take roll without a 2/3 vote, but to even get any legislation introduced, you're going to need a 2/3 vote. And then we're going to be done. All right, we're halfway done. Our legislative term, the whole time you're going to serve down here, is over 1/3 done now. We're about done. We're going to cross this baby over. And we don't have many chances left. And so, boy, there's a few times where you sit in your seat and, am I doing the right thing? Vote no on this amendment. My good friend here from Casper, we go way back. I hate to get up and argue against his amendment. I love the guy. But, and if we debate that bill on the House floor, great. Then this horse will break its leg and not finish the race. And that House bill will continue in the race. Good deal. But if not, I think it's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure this finishes the race in some form or manner. And so it's so important. This is what we do as legislators. You try to do the common good on this thing. And right now it's in this budget bill. It's so important. So thank you, and please vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else for your first time? Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and in support of this amendment, when my good friend from Matrona County, who deals with finance every day, says we need to stop and slow down and take a look at this and debate it, I think we should listen. When we're dealing with a policy decision of this is how we want to do it going forward, obviously there's some hesitation to doing that. We have a bill that deals with that coming up, HB 89. Let's slow down and decide if that's how our policy decisions of this body wants to be made. Let's not shove it through in a budget amendment, but let's do it in the way that we can debate and we can decide if that's the majority opinion of this body. So I support this amendment.
For your first time, Representative Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that I'm a freshman, no secret. And I got on this boat. And right now, as I'm on this boat, I'm a rower. I have no problem being a rower. But I want to know, and I want to be able to tell the people of Wyoming, is there an easier way to tell them and explain to them the direction that the boat is going? Right now, I'm not a steerer. I'm a rower. And one day, I am going to be a steerer. And I'm just trying to find out, is there an easier way to go about this? Okay? And moving these funds. You know, you've done a great job. To all you guys that have been legislators have done a great job of putting this money and saving it. It's awesome. Right now, for me, I'm a little confused because I want to be able to explain to my people where the direction of this boat's going, and I need help with that. So my question is there an easier way, and can we debate that on this floor at another time? Or do we do it now? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I think it'd be helpful in this debate if we knew from our majority floor leader whether this House Bill 89 was going to come out. It certainly helped. And if we don't know that information, I'd like a little more conversation about why this doesn't constitute legislating in the budget. I'm inclined to support House Bill 89. So the arguments about the value of the investment changes, I get that. But I do have a concern that this looks a little like legislating in the budget when we have a bill that does the exact same thing and we're substituting a budget amendment for a bill. So if you help me a little more on the why this isn't legislating in the budget, thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Vice Chair Larson.
Maybe to help a little historic perspective to the good chairman from Judiciary, we reduced in our PMTF and some of our reserve accounts, we have that tipping component. And it's when we was over at the temporary capital, we had reduced that down from one policy, from 5% down to 4.75, then it's going to go to 4.0. Wish we wouldn't have done that. But when we came back, we found that as our revenue streams were coming in, that if those reserve accounts tipped at that lower amount, we was putting money into the corpus that we really needed to use to fund the operation. And so we have from, and I think before that, but that's in my tenure, we, in the budget bill, would use this notwithstanding you didn't tip in this biennium and moving forward. So this is not a new, to move the tip back, to move the tip and say it won't tip for another year back at whatever amount that is not, and we've done that. There's precedent for that. I think we even done it. I'm not sure we didn't do it last year some.
Anybody else for your first time? Representative Trujillo.
As a freshman, I'm going to also question, like the good representative from the center of the room, on process and easy. Debating bills on the floor doesn't seem easy, but slipping the dollars into a budget seems easy. So I think I need a better explanation so I can take to my constituents on how we can easily slip these monies into the budget rather than debating it as a bill, as it should be.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody else for their second time? Representative Davis for your second time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reference the lifeboat over there. I think that's a great idea. I don't think we're at all afraid of growing. We want to protect what we've got. I just would like to see if what we're doing is right or wrong. So I would just like to have this debate on the floor so I can have some perspective of which direction we're going.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative Stith for your second time.
Mr. Majority Whip, so I think what's good is we are having this debate right now, and I think the most important bottom line to know and to let our constituents know is that this amendment's really expensive, okay? If we adopt this amendment, we're essentially throwing away $20 million a year in lost opportunity income, because you've got $500 million that will be trapped in a 1.2, 1.3% account. It's entirely appropriate in the budget bill to move monies from one account to another. That's what this does. I support House Bill 89, but we don't know, as with any bill, we don't know what the fate of it might be. And so having two horses in the race is a hedge, makes sense for us to do this. We've heard a lot of talk about how we're spending a lot, but what this does, this is savings. This is a lot of savings, because you'll notice here, again, on page 88 of the budget, line 18 and 19, we're putting $274.7 million into the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve account. That's savings. And we've heard a lot of talk about how we ought to be doing more saving. So if you believe we should be doing more saving, as I think many have said, then you want to keep that in there. And you want to vote no on the amendment. And the same with the Common School Permanent Fund Reserve account. We have $112 million in the first provision and another 246.5 in the second provision. That adds up to $358 million. That's savings. Savings is a good thing. I don't think we should be afraid of savings. And I think we should talk and debate this for as long as we need to. So please vote no. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if I misspoke when I spoke the first time, I am against this amendment. So I think first I want to talk about process, because process is important. So if this happens, then this so if this amendment passes, then we don't have this reserve account in our quiver when we go to conference committee. And so for that reason alone, I request that you vote against this amendment, because we need that quiver in when we go to conference committee. Let's talk about House Bill 89. So we'll debate it, and we'll see what happens if it comes up. But we have even another bigger issue is, let's assume it passes out of this House, then it goes down the hall, and we don't know what's going to happen to it there. And so we have all these variables that are floating out there. And so if you're a good coach, or you're a good, if you believe in the concept, then you do everything you can on two levels in order to succeed. And so that's really what this is. So that's the conceptual component of this is, we're maximizing our ability to survive and get and accomplish this. And I don't know how many of you are here. The Management Council allowed, we had an expert come in, plus the head of the Chief Investment Officer on the Monday before we came into session. And there was a 2-hour presentation that basically went through all of this process. And I know some of you were there, but a lot of folks were not there. But it was just, I wish we could have had everyone show up, or I had that presentation again. I don't pretend to be the expert, but we had folks from one of the largest investment firms in the United States who works for and is retained by the State Treasurer's Office, who manages our money. And this firm has presented to your CapFin committee probably 5 different times in the last year and a half. And they said, people in Wyoming, you're not investing your money in the best way. If you do it this way, if you increase the size of our reserve accounts from 1.5 to 5 times our spending policies, then you can invest them in higher returns. And if you do that, you will make a lot more money without any substantial risk. And so that's exactly what we're doing. We're following the investment advice that was presented to us, put here. Now, I'd be happy to explain what the problem is. That politics is getting in the way of kind of doing the right thing for the investment. And that's probably partly my fault on how this has evolved and what the fact that why we're debating it the way we are right here today. But basically, we have reserve accounts for all of our large permanent funds. And that reserve account is basically to help cover the expenses when we're living off the interest of those reserve accounts. If we have a down year or 2 years or 3 years, then the spending policies aren't met. We don't have enough money for the spending policy. So we got to go to our rainy day account or some other place just to cover our ongoing expenses that we appropriate as part of our budget. By doing this, by taking these funds, increasing these reserve accounts, we give a better return on that dollar, but we also, it protects us for that 2 or 3 or 5 year decline. If we have if we go into recession next year or the following year, it covers our bacon, and for that period of time, and that's what those reserve accounts are for. That's why they're called reserve accounts. But we're trying to maximize our dollars. That's really all we're trying to do. And this is what the experts told us we do. This is what all the major endowments do. All of the folks that have this type of money, funds sitting there, this is what they do. And so we're trying to do best practices in how we invest our money. So let's get, I hope you will support the concept and against this bill. I appreciate your support.
Anyone else for their second time? Representative Jennings.
Members, it's with a really heavy heart that I thought that maybe the former speaker and myself were going to align more of the time now. But since he has now asked to vote no, I'm going to stick with where we started at the beginning together. And I'm going to ask you to vote aye on this amendment.
Anybody else for their second time? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll just try to summarize this. I kind of went back through the reports on the person downstairs who does our investments. Basically, there's about $750 million in these reserve accounts. Last 5 years, they made 1.5%. $750 million made 1.5%. And what we want to do is take that $750 million and invest it for total rate of return by growing the size of it. 6.7% is what the total rate of return on the permanent trust fund the last 5 years. So we're making 1.5, and we can make 6.7 over the last 5 years average. We'd all do that with our own bank accounts. And so please vote no on this amendment, and let's move this to 6.7% annualized returns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Obermueller, take us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've heard about 2 horses in the race. They want to open the gate in the first lane and let him run halfway around the track before they open the second gate. Well, you haven't even met the other horses in the race. Do you think I have really forgot about the investment side of this? Of course not. And I've been in those same kind of discussions, whether my plan under a bill that I'm bringing will take care of that investment side. And all the fear mongering here, if you don't pass this amendment, we're going to lose $20 billion. But they say right in their own budget that if House Bill 89 passes, this goes away. So, the idea that 89 won't come to the floor, come on. We have a more astute majority floor leader than that. He knows it's an important bill. There's just no way we don't debate this on the floor. So I promised that I wouldn't debate the bill. They said we've been having a debate about the amendment, House Bill 89. We've been having this big debate, have we? I haven't said one thing about why I think there's a better way. And I promised you that I wouldn't debate it here because I believe that we shouldn't be debating it here in the budget bill. It's a big topic. It has implications way into the future of Wyoming. I think there's a way in which we can develop that investment portfolio while also creating financial literacy in the House. That's one of my major goals here, is that more people are drawn into an understanding of what we're doing. So I see no sensitivity to that with this amendment. Do you? See no sensitivity to how you read that, how you understand it. So I would urge you to vote for my amendment, pull this out of this budget, and let's do it right, folks. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Second reading amendment number 24 is adopted, 35 to 26. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 48. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Majority Whip, I respectfully withdraw Amendment 48 to House Bill 1. Thank you.
Well done. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 47. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow is Groundhog Day. I've seen the movie, so at the risk of having the same debate over for the past 45 minutes, I withdraw Second Amendment number 47 from House Bill 1.
Great movie. Second reading amendment number 47 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 49. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Majority Whip, I move second reading Amendment 49 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Basically, what this amendment does is take $412,188,293 from LISRA and move that to our Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. You know, the reason for this amendment is Wyoming has been blessed, but we've also been cursed. We've been blessed in a way that back in the day with oil and gas, things were good. But with oil and gas, sometimes it goes up and down. And then coal came along. Times were good again, and we had surpluses, and we wondered, what do we do with those? So they put away in savings, but at the same time, we spent. You know, and we spent like drunks. As things went on, sometimes coal would go down, oil and gas would come up. Sometimes oil and gas would go down, coal would come up. We were always saved. Then coal bed methane came along, and things were glorious again. $billion surpluses, figuring out what to do with those. And luckily, the body had the fortitude to put away into these savings programs. But at the same time, we spent. Then something happened. Oil and gas went down, coal went down, both at the same time. Coal bed methane gone. Pandemic comes, and we get bailed out once again with federal dollars. Federal dollars that came to us in bundles as our federal government is $30 trillion in debt. As we heard our representative say earlier in the session, we're heading for a cliff. We're heading for a cliff. So now we have a choice. And luckily, sometimes my words don't convince people, but I've heard the words of others in the last bill or the last amendment. At first, earlier in the session, we had smaller trust funds, and the comment was made, if we don't fund those trust funds, we'll spend it. And I got up at the time and I said, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Today, I believe it. After today, I believe it. We will spend that money. So to take accounts that are accessible, smaller trust funds, the LISRA, and to move that money into something that is permanent, that we can't access, is smart for the body, just as it was back in the days of oil and gas, back in the days of coal bed methane. I think it's our obligation now to do that same thing. The reserve accounts that we want to get 5 times to, I was hoping we would get it by not spending. We did a budget. We did a budget last session, and it was a balanced budget. Along comes a surplus, and we spend $411 million above what that budget was. Today, we spent even more. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we no longer have something coming that will bail us out. I'm concerned that we need to put away money to where we are earning a third of our budget from revenue from investments. I think we need to add to that, because what's coming next year from all economists that you hear does not look good. So as we get a surplus, we need to really be careful about what we're doing with that money. If we had a balanced budget, we should have left it and put our money into savings. That's what this amendment attempts to do. Thank you.
For your first time, Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the amendment. We just argued for a half an hour that the body wanted to see House Bill 89. If you pass this amendment, then that option that's being discussed in House Bill 89, or frankly, another bill that's out there is gone. Whether we end up putting money in the permanent account remains to be seen, but to put this much money in there, I can't support that. We still do have options. We still need to make decisions through other bills. And I think this is too much money and the wrong time. On and against the amendment.
Representative Walters, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. And really, if we do this, we will leave about 1.1 billion in our LSRA, which is almost a record low since we've started building that account. And of that, we have $500 million earmarked to education should the education accounts drop. So now that means we only are leaving 600 million, really available in a downturn. This is quite frankly irresponsible to let our rainy day account drop to a level that is that low. And while yes, it's been discussed that maybe previous legislators, some members of this body might think they spent too much over the years, I would argue quite the opposite. I would say the folks that came before us in the last 20 years were great visionaries in the fact that they took a PMTF from $2 billion in 2000 to almost $10 billion today. And that's not because of interest income. That's because of direct appropriations into that account. They created the Hathaway Scholarship that in 2000 had $0 in it. Now it's close to $600 million. It's helping educate Wyoming kids every single year. That benefits Wyoming as a whole. They did the PMTF, was about $600 million in 2000. Today it's about $4.5 billion, again, due to direct appropriations. Why? Because the legislative branch of government is the appropriations branch of government, and our predecessors took the time, took it serious, and saved money. So maybe it looks like spending, but I sure don't think spending into a savings account is a bad thing, and that's what they've done. But they also created the LSRA. In 2000, there was no LSRA, zero rainy day account. Now we're up in the $1.5, $1.8 billion range, and what this amendment does is drop that down. It starts to take one of our tools away, and I just don't think that's responsible. Having this money in the reserve account leaves it well invested. It leaves it accessible when we really need it, and I think that is the prudent thing for this legislature to do. So again, on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Berger for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment, and again, for the simple reason that I would really like to see 89 come out and see us really debate what we're going to do with our savings. Thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you. And I just want to remind the body, and particularly you folks that are here for the first time, the PMTF and the Common School have other mechanisms that are putting funds into that permanent account on an annual basis. We have a constitutional and statutorial requirement to the 1.5% on the constitutional and 1% on statutory. That's $200 million a year that we're putting, that goes into that corpus every year from minerals, and then on severance and property tax, another $130 million that goes into school. So we've always saved, we continue to save, saving is an important part of this. The funds that we have available to us during this session really provides an opportunity to enhance the earning capacities of those two funds even more. But we need to get those reserve accounts set up. And if we take a huge amount out of the LSRA, then I agree with previous speakers, it's going to be very difficult to fund those. So I'd encourage a no vote on this and to remind the body that we do save.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment. Folks, when we came down here, we knew we had a large surplus. And we knew that we had some decisions to make on how we dealt with that surplus. And one of the questions was, would we put any into savings? The executive of the state said that he wanted to put a certain amount into savings. If you'll notice, the amount on this amendment is very uniquely similar to the number that the executive asked to be put into savings. And this is our savings account. This is the one that makes 8% return, has the highest return. Will it delay the amount of time we'll get to our 5 times? It could. And that's really dependent upon us too. Today, we're probably going to approach $60 million we're going to add to the budget. There's the problem. If you want to get to this 5 times faster, stop spending more money, folks. That's really how you do it. So really, this is the question. Do we want to support the executive's idea of putting this money into savings? I mean, me personally, I'd prefer to send it back to the good taxpayers. Their property taxes have just skyrocketed. They're suffering today. They're wondering, what are we going to do with all the funds? Almost $500 million that we have gained this year from the tax increases on property taxes. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to put it into savings, or are we going to spend it? Well, it looks like we might spend it. I too would like to have the 5 times. I'd like to have a lot of things. But the first thing I'd like to do is protect some of the folks' money that has come down here and is about ready to go into our treasury. And this is a great way to do it. I am on and for the amendment, and Mr. Chairman, in accordance to House Rule 12-4, I ask for the ayes and noes.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just take us back a little bit. I remember a couple days ago, we were debating about funds for an ag bill. And we were fighting over $30 million that day. And I'm guessing if we put this money into this permanent mineral trust fund, the income on that would be more than what we were asking for the ag committee. And so I'm on and for this bill, this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Allamont for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, right now we have a unique opportunity that we haven't had for years, and it may be years before we have it again. Let's save a little money and quit spending it like we have been today. I'm on and for the amendment. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So last year, just in severance taxes, about $290 million were deposited into the permanent mineral trust fund. And this body put in $150 million. So you combine those, add them up, that's 400 some odd million that we put in the permanent fund just last year. Because that's the system that we've set up. And so I would just merely suggest, and as you heard in the opening discussion about the supplemental budget, we intend to put money in the permanent mineral trust fund in that budget. In fact, we have a budget footnote that puts $160 million in it that you'll see on Friday. And that's, and why do we not put the 412, and why did we not go with our chief executive's recommendation? It's pretty simple. It's because our expert who invest our money said, you're better off taking portion of these funds and using them in our reserve accounts and increasing the size of the reserve accounts. So that's why we're only going to put about $160 million in versus the 412, because we need that in order to bring up those reserve accounts. And so we'll walk through that kind of a step-by-step basis if obviously House Bill 89 hits the floor. But by putting this out in front of the horse, basically you're stopping the race. So on and against.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In case it is needed, I second the good representative's call for the ayes and noes in accordance with Rule 12-4.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I really appreciate the sentiment of this, and obviously it's one of those goals. I think it needs to be done in a much more comprehensive way when you look at when you look at your goldenrod and see all of those accounts that have beginning balances, ending balances. You have to balance all of those in your thinking about this. And there are programs, bills coming forward that are looking at it in a much more comprehensive way. So I would urge a vote no. Thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Anybody else for your second time? Question being called. Given how the ayes, or according to Rule House 12-4, the ayes and noes being called for, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washit, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Alaman? Any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 25 aye, 37 no.
Second reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 50. Representative Locke. Representative Hornock. Either one's fine. You are. Let's do Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and sorry for the protocol break there. I apologize. Oops, and I dropped everything. And this one's going to be much less, very anticlimactic compared to all of the excitement that just happened. But I move second reading amendment 50 to House Bill 1. And this amendment is basically related to sections 300 and section 332. And let me just talk to that just kind of fairly briefly here. In section 300, and let's see here, I dropped all my bits and pieces. But in section 300 on page 90 on your House Bill 1, page 90, line 14, this amendment would delete the 1,500,000, and in line 15 would delete the remaining portion of that number, and basically we would drop that to $500,000. And in page 105 on lines 15 and 16, I'll just lump them together again, we would adjust that number down from 1.5 million to 500,000 is basically the approach here. And in general, where we're going with this amendment is that I know that there was some money in this account before previously, and this is just basically primarily from my personal perspective, is that in this supplemental amendment, for the most part, I may be using the wrong word here, but the goal here of the supplemental amendment is to, maybe emergency is the wrong word, but for things that we absolutely need to do. So in this particular case, there's a bunch of improvements mentioned here. If you look at page 105, we're looking at improvement of building acoustics for the meeting rooms, art exhibits, broadcasting studio, and then of course custodial break rooms. These are things that I'm just questioning. Are these things truly important, critical? Are these things that should be discussed? I realize it's a small number. It's not a big number that we're talking about here. We're reducing it by 1 million, but I'm putting this out there that I would propose that we again in light of trying to save some money, or at least
give people the opportunity to debate these issues, although this being a small one, I'd like to say I'm pushing this amendment forward as an opportunity for us to say, hey, maybe this isn't important, maybe it's worth a discussion in the budget session.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for your favorable consideration to this amendment. So currently we have a Capital Square Foundation account to do things for this building. Currently, there's about $3.6 million in there. There's about 2.1 or so allocated for that. So this would basically keep that fund at about $3.5 million. So it's not that we're taking money away from these projects. It's just that we're kind of limiting what you can do. And here's why I bring this amendment is because when I see in construction estimates that things are going to cost $1.5 million, to me that throws up a red flag because that's way too nice of a round number for what we're talking about. It just means that these projects have not really been run to ground yet. We don't know how much we're talking about. We don't have estimates for these projects. We do have an account already, but I'm asking the body to kind of limit that account. So it's my opinion a little bit that when it comes to this facility, it's very nice. But if you go down through the connector, as you go down, next time you go down, look up at the ceiling. The ceiling tiles in that area are the most expensive on the market. So we've kind of spent money like rock stars around here on this facility. I'm just asking you to kind of cap that a little bit. So anyway, thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration for this amendment.
Anybody else for your first time? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of have a different take on this amendment, and I am on and for the amendment. I really appreciate the bringers bringing this. I believe that the $500,000 that's left on the table has to do with the construction of a break room for the crew that cleans this facility. And I think that's probably really appropriate that they have their own break room. So I think that's good of the bringers to leave that in there. Some of these other expenditures, you know, I just remember having a conversation on this floor about not putting a big TV on the wall that would show all of our votes, where we would push a button on our desks and our votes would show up, because it kind of affected the nostalgia of the building and, you know, how we voted for over a century in this building. Whether you agree with that or not, I wonder about the acoustics. The acoustics in this building have been the same for quite some time. Do we really need to change the acoustics from what our forebears dealt with 100 years ago? On and for the amendment.
For your first time, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, those of us who've been here for a while, we had acoustical tile up from the 1970s in the building up until 2015. So we have done some amazing things with the building. And I don't know about a big TV in this chamber, but if any of you have been down the hall, they have a huge TV put up in the other body, which kind of concerns me as well. Anyway, to answer the question on why this amount of money, is because this is how we protect ourselves in contracts, right? We don't say we need $42,596 for a contract, because guess what? All the contracts come exactly for that amount. And so this is a way, I don't want to say you pad it or you fluff it, but if you put a number above, then you don't get specific contracts coming in, and we actually can have, through our purchasing process, now our contracting process, 3 qualified bidders and go through the process elsewhere outlined in statute. So I don't want anyone to think this 1.5 million is going to all be spent. It is slightly padded above to ensure when we contract for these services, people don't know exactly how much we are willing to pay. because we don't want to do that.
Anybody else for your first time? Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, it does delete the financing for the acoustics. So if you've been upstairs in the room where the Appropriations Committee members meet, the acoustics there are particularly bad. And just imagine you've got 12 people, many of whom, like myself, are already hard of hearing. Just how expensive is that for those people not to be able to hear what's going on? So I think it's cheap to put in the money to fix. Thank you.
For your first time, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment. However, if once again you overrule me, would somebody please buy a piano? Thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Chairman Nicholas.
I had to come back to my old speaker down over here. Maybe. So, ladies and gentlemen, on and against the amendment. So I serve on it's called the Wayfinding Committee. And what we do, we meet on a fairly regular basis, and we're in the process of finishing out and buying the furniture. The furniture finally showed up after a year and a half. That just got here about a month ago that you see in the halls. And we still have to finish out the janitor's lounge area. As you know, if you've been down, there is no. We just use an old room for the acoustics room for our good folks in the press, and we have to finish out that room. This building isn't finished. Also, we haven't finished out part of where the school kids come and get dropped off, and there's a whole section over there that needs to be upgraded and finished off. So there's just lots of things that we have on the list. And acoustics is probably one of the number one issues for various folks. Last week, actually, I think it was the beginning of this week, we had folks from, I think they came from the middle around Missouri. I mean, they're the experts in old buildings like this and figuring out how to improve the acoustics particularly in our conference rooms. And so just to have those folks get here, about 3 or 4 of them, they all flew in. They were here for about 4 days and left. That was not an inexpensive process. Their recommendations will be provided to the Wayfinding Committee, which is represented by us, the Chief Executive Office, and the grounds folks and A&I. And then we'll go out and figure out the best way that we can do it at the most economical way to improve this building for the use for what it's made for. Frankly, the 1.5 million is not enough to get done everything that we've got on our list. And so we're kind of doing it a little bit at a time. Our current list is well in excess of about $6 million of the projects that we have estimates and bids on. But we didn't ask for the full amount for the same reason that we wanted to be frugal, and we wanted to do this in a way that it's kind of a full disclosure on what we're doing and how we're doing it. So on and against the amendment, and let's finish this building.
For your first time, Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On for the amendment. I remember my first session in the Capitol here. We didn't have very much furniture in here, and there was something about there was furniture lost, and where would the other old furniture went? Has that ever been found? That's the question I'd like answered.
Anybody else for your first time? Any other members? For your second time, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everyone, and really my point here is realizing that it's not a big amount of money, but at the end of the day, from a procedural and a process perspective, we obviously just need to learn to and as was mentioned by the previous speaker, I understand it probably isn't everything that we could, of course, spend. But what I'm proposing here is that maybe we look at what needs to be done, do a little prioritization, and maybe curb our appetite for the extra dollars and cut that $1 million. I'd just like to ask for favorable consideration for this amendment. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 50 to House Bill 1, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Second reading amendment number 50 to House Bill 1 has failed. Well done, members. We are at 43 amendments with 10 more to go. Keep up the good work. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 25. Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment does two things. First, it removes the names of the schools that were up for construction from the bill. It takes $5 million of the $100 million. It takes $5 million of the $100 million into a separate pot to ensure that the needs assessment is completed. You'll see that in Part A of the amendment on lines 7 through 13. This amendment is designed to ensure we follow our statutory process. This process has been delayed due to creation of a new rating system. Condition assessment was only appropriated money in 2022. The needs assessment will be completed no later than September 1st, 2023. Further legislative action will determine the list of schools, and this amendment puts the state in the best constitutional position. I would stand for questions.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill 1, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Second reading amendment number 25 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 26. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on that last vote, I respectfully withdraw Second Amendment number 26 from House Bill 1.
Second reading amendment number 26 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 27. Representative Smith. Oh, Representative Davis.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill number 1 and consider an aye on this vote, please. After, being new here, after the proposed budget of 22, the early indications were that our revenues were tanking pretty good. Then we had a reprisal from our mineral and oil and gas industry, which leads us to the situation we're in here right now.
Representative Davis, you're not the prime sponsor of this amendment. That is Representative Smith.
Oh, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman?
Your point?
Any one of the three co-sponsors is allowed to present the amendment based on historical practice for as long as I've been here.
Okay, got two of the oldest ones telling me different things, so that's interesting. Representative Davis, we'll just let you continue since you're right there. My apologies.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Representative Smith was having a little issue with his leg, and that's why I'm up here presenting.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, do you guys want me to start all over again? Once upon a time. Okay, so we've heard from the good representatives from the East Coast, and with the uncertain, huh? Move what?
Chairman, I'd like to move second read amendment 27.
I did that.
You did that.
I didn't say
Do it
that?
again.
Okay.
We couldn't hear you.
Okay, once upon a time, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill number 1. Thank you. Now, anyway, we've heard from our good representative on the East Coast about the dire straits of our nation as it sits right now. And with the economy and the inflation running wild, you know, the other part of the building down here hasn't used the last allocated amount, so I would like to see us withdraw this proposal of these funds from the general fund and put them back in the general fund, and maybe we can use them someplace else. With that, I would hope for an aye vote.
Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, I don't have anything against the particular industry affected here. And I believe that there are a lot of folks that believe in this industry, but it's not like there isn't any money here already. There's $100 million that's already been allocated to this. So I believe that it's all right to stop it there. So vote aye. Thank you.
Representative Larson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, as we come in to do the standard budget, one of the moving targets that was out there that the state was trying to position itself is how can we better position the state for all the merging energy markets that are now coming to play. And a lot of those, as evidenced by what's happening in the southwest portion of the state on a key demonstration project that I think will impact the state for generations to come, are some things with hydrogen and other energy sources. And so last year, our chief executive set us down and says, we've got the ability with private and with some of these other opportunities, a demonstration like the CCUS stuff, if I've got the ability to show them that we're going to have skin in the game too. These opportunities are, to have $150 million there to match or to do some of these energy projects is really what he needed to have available to him. We agreed with that. We still think that Wyoming is an energy state. And there are opportunities as we move forward and redefine what our energy policy is to really move forward in a lot of different ways without abandoning our traditional energy sources. So we've been providing the governor with the ability and the flexibility, somewhat unprecedented, with confidence in him because we have these opportunities to really move the state forward but we have to have some funds available for him to use. And so I would ask you to oppose this amendment and keep those there for the executive branch to use.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I speak on and against second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill 1. This $50 million was a specific request by our chief executive, and it's for, as indicated by the previous speaker, it is for these large projects where there would be very significant federal matching funds. This is an opportunity that doesn't come along all the time. There won't be very many hydrogen hubs in the entire country. We have a chance, and you might wonder, well, what's the point of a hydrogen hub, right? No one goes to the gas station to put hydrogen in their tank, for example. Hydrogen hub, the purpose of this is for the future of our natural gas industry, because natural gas is a feedstock into producing hydrogen potentially. So this is to protect, so one of the big purposes of this is to protect the natural gas industry. On the carbon capture and sequestration piece of this, again, protecting our fossil fuels industry. And as you already know, that's not only core industry to our state, but also core to producing revenues that fund our schools and fund our government. So on and against.
Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. on and for the amendment. And again, I really appreciate this amendment and the bringers of it. This is uncanny, folks. We have spent just over $50 million, about $50 million, and maybe give or take a graphic economist. So if we pass this amendment, we can almost wipe out all of our spending to date. On and for the amendment.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind folks where this $100 million and where this $50 million came from. These are ARPA dollars. We didn't go grab money out of our regular general fund accounts. What we did was, when we got those ARPA dollars, roughly $1 billion, we basically said, okay, well, we're going to take these amount of dollars and we're going to use them and try to multiply those by 2 or 3 times by bringing in some type of new large industrial complex to the state of Wyoming. And as you know, when for like a hydrogen hub, for example, the good state of Texas will come in and give them $2 or $3 billion in tax credits, and the other, the states that have more money court these guys way more than we can, because we simply don't have the funds to do it. So what we're doing is saying, here's some money where you can actually go court these projects that we need. We've got the low tax base, but we want to be competitive on these large projects. And we don't get at the table without, and so now we're going to pull the rug out from the chief executive after we've given them the money to go say, hey, go find these people and go help it. So and these are federal dollars that are the largesse of the ARPA dollars. They weren't our tax dollars that we used for our general operations of government. So in our budget last year, $450 million of the budget basically was ARPA dollars that we took and replaced it with our general dollars, so we would have additional dollars and that we could save or use in a constructive fashion. So this is part of those dollars. So on and against the amendment.
Chairman Burkhart for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, just some of the projects this money could be used for. We mentioned the other day on this floor a coal refinery in the city in the northeast part of the state. There are companies interested in turning that currently an engineering exercise into an actual production facility to produce. Someone has one here on their desk, one of these coal char bricks, to do it commercially. They may need some additional money to do that. This is matching money that we can put in to have those produced in large quantities in the state. And I will tell you that, contrary to what you might think, those are fairly popular because there was an experimental run of them done in the city over the mountain, and someone stole all of them. So obviously someone likes the bricks. The other one is what we call FPO, flameless pressurized oxygen combustion. That was developed at our good university, and there's a company looking at commercializing that, which basically would allow the use of our coal with no CO2 discharge. The only thing that would leave it would be a small amount of ash, but they may need matching funds for that. We've done matching funds before. In fact, I think it was last budget, we passed a small amount of money for matching funds. The day that was passed, a federal agency came in and said, we'll match it 9-to-1 for a research project, which has now generated another $2 million, actually 4, in private investments. So this really pays tremendous dividends for the state, but we have to allow the governor, the chief executive officer, the ability to react quickly to these, to consider them. He has a staff of people to consider these and fund these projects that may need a little bit of money, and it's on a matching basis, not on a giveaway. There's commitments to it and that. I've sat in some of these discussions. We're in discussions right now with a company that is moving manufacturing to Wyoming, a very large company. So this money is valuable to others, to us. It brings an economy to the state, and if we don't diversify, we're going to be doing what we've been doing for the last 50 years. And all those resources are limited. And when they're gone, they're gone. This lets us diversify the economy in Wyoming and start us down that path. So on and for the amendment. Actually, no, I'm not. You're all awake now against the amendment, and that we need this ability to react quickly and decisively when these opportunities come up. Thank you.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to remind the body, if you look on page 89 of your House Bill 1, there is already appropriated $100 million to the office of our executive and another $50 million. This strips that $50 million. So we're not crying foul here. The governor still has a ginormous appropriation in his pocket for these kind of things. Also, we're not stripping anything about the lithium mining project. That's subsection D. It still is part of that to the office of the governor. So we are just kind of, bringing that down a hair by a third. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time? Anybody else for their first time, sorry. Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Burkhart for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, I have a third reading amendment to remove the lithium mining. There are no known recoverable lithium deposits in Wyoming. About 15 years ago, one sample from one well in the western part of the state showed recoverable amounts of lithium. Since then, the Geologic Survey has analyzed 30,000 samples, and they've done no better in finding lithium than the concentrations you'd find in seawater. So there's no sense putting that in there. We have no known deposits. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the question is about the decisions made by the executive branch here. I think they have good, sound decision-making ability. But well, let's see here. I believe, on some of the good representatives' questions about coal and that stuff, I think the graphite, I think we're already funding those projects, and then he mentioned in there that's private sector is jumping in and helping out with these projects. So I think that's a good deal, But I don't believe our oil and gas and coal are where they need to be. That market just has not come back yet, And then I just think the breaking of the ground over there at the Trona, we heard earlier testimony about needing to get more guys on board so we can get this permitting streamlined and things like that. So I don't believe a lot of these assumptions that we're going to be kicked off in 2023 are going to actually occur. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on this. Just check and see if you was awake. And remove that 50 million and put it back into the general fund. Thank you.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill 1 has failed. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, here we have $160 million. And if you recall, during the first reading of the bill, we were told that this was found money, okay? This was found because of an accounting system or a process that we do in accounting, and now we realize that We've got $160 million more. Okay, that's a great thing, folks. And we just had a discussion a few amendments ago in regards to how do we get to 5 times on these reserve accounts? And we had the good representative from the middle of the state bring an amendment that took out House Bill 89 out of this bill. And so now we need to look at ways to fund those 2 reserve accounts. And here is a great step forward in that direction, $160 million. Now we're talking big chunks, folks. So what we'd really like to do with this money is rather than put it into the governor's hands, the executive's hands, in a similar system to the previous amendment, we'd rather have that money put into investments where we can gain a return. Here's a great opportunity. So I ask for your aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Anybody for their first time? Chairman Nicholas, for your first time.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, where are we moving these funds to? I'm not sure. I think I misread it, but I'm confused about it. And by the way, as I mentioned in our opening statements, there's a third reading amendment coming out that's going to take this $160 million and put it into the permanent mental trust fund corpus. And so if the good bringer of this has a preference on where it's going to go, the corpus versus the LSRA, I believe, but I appreciate your comments on that.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer of the amendment? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In answer to the question, I would like this out on the table so that we can then put it into the BRA account. That would be my preference on our way to a 5 times spending policy. But let's get it out of the budget for now. Let's get it out of the spending account. And please vote aye.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill 1 has failed. Representative Bear, I believe. Second reading amendment number 29.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw amendment number 29 to second reading to House Bill number 1.
Second reading amendment number 29 to House Bill 1 has been withdrawn. Second reading amendment number 29, let's see, number 30 is next. And that is Representative Zwanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 30 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. I'm a little embarrassed after we've been talking about 300,000 or million and 600 million. This is a little amount that we're going to try to get the Wildlife Trust Fund up to the $200 million stage. And so to do that, we're asking to move $985,000 over from general funds into a matching account. And the people that are in charge of this says that will get us to the level that we want to get to. And for those of you who are not familiar, why we're liking to get to that level, if you go to 915-104, number J, it states that until the corpus of the trust account exceeds 200 million, the executive, doesn't say the executive, but the executive ... So anyway, that's the goal of this particular amendment, to get that up so it's up and running and it's met its goal, and we can go back and rewrite that little bit of the statute here next year.
I'll stand for any questions.
Anybody for their first time? Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at some of the documentation in the chief executive's file that he's prepared for this session, he says the goal is a minimum of 200 million. So if we get up to the 200 million, are we done? Is that the end of the story? Or will it be able to continue to grow? Will $900,000 really make a difference if it's going to continue to grow? Because that's, in his voice, was a minimum. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. The fun part of this amendment is a lot of these projects, the private sector contributes to the project. But this allows the private sector to contribute to the actual corpus of the fund. And I think that's fun, and I think that's important for the private sector to say that they have all not just improved a part of the state through a project, but they've improved the state as a whole through the ongoing revenue that will be generated as this account continues to kick that off, and it allows them to contribute on a one-to-one basis for this to the corpus of this account. So I think it's really fun. I think the private sector is excited, and would encourage an aye vote on this.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an honest question. I'm new to this, and we've got more than a few accounts. I spoke earlier about the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, and this one is a Wildlife Trust Challenge account. Are we talking the same fund? Are they different? Can somebody help me out?
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a concern with this amendment. A lot of times, these wildlife trust funds have been used to promote what's called the 30-30 or America the Beautiful. I think if we put this money into there, we may need to be aware of what that could lead to. On and against this amendment.
Chairman Zwanitzer, Dan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Quickly, when we're talking about what's fun about this amendment, I think if I was a corporation, I would love to be the corporation that said, I was the one that finally achieved the goal after 18 years of hitting the Natural Resource Trust Fund at the full 200 million. So hopefully there's some people listening. But I think this is a great matching program, and we're so darn close. If this will get us there with the private funds, I do hope some people in the private sector will be clamoring to be the one to finally achieve our goal that we set my first term in this body.
Chairman Harshman, could you come up here and take the chair for a minute? I'd like to make a comment.
Mr. Speaker, first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm in support of the amendment, but I wanted to push back slightly on a statement that was made. At no time have I ever heard where the Wyoming Wildlife Trust Fund has stood in support of the 30-30 project. And so if there's some stuff that can prove that to me, that's fine, but I've never heard that. So on in support.
Anyone else, first time? Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I guess. Speaker, okay.
Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you. So again, to follow up on what the good speaker said, the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee considered this 30-30 issue last year, and it was a very good discussion. And frankly, the Natural Resource Wildlife Trust Fund was key in beating back some of those false statements and that sort of thing. So they're actually on the side of the state in stopping that sort of activity from the federal government. So I would not consider them as any part of that 30-30 plan. Thank you.
Representative Banks for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just a question of curiosity. I was under the impression that these trust funds, we put money in them because they generate money so they fund themselves. So if that's the case, why are we putting money from the general fund into it? Just a question. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Zwanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, there is just something exciting about finally getting over the finish line. That's why I bring it. It gets us there, finally. For those of us, well, who haven't been steadily involved in the legislature, but have been involved with the legislature for a very long time, this does it. Vote yes, please.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 30 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Passes. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Elliman. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Warnock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Brown. No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 26 no.
Second reading amendment number 30 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Privilege?
Yes, please.
Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick reminder, this is a great time to hydrate. I know we're getting close, but we may have another bill, and over the years, this is about the time that you should be drinking a little more fluid, and I would strongly advise it. Not everyone at once. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good advice on the water, at least, good advice. The next amendment is number 31, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment 31 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a small ask for safety. And what caused me to bring this is we had a child hit over here on Central going to school. And so back in October, we had a lot of concern expressed about the speeding, appearance of speeding in our city streets. We've had several incidents, unfortunately. But I asked our chief of police if he'd please bring a speed trailer over to Central, which he did. These speed trailers have a battery life of 5 days. And that gentleman kept that speed trailer positioned on Central for over 3 weeks. And unfortunately, members, this child was hit when the last trailer was taken away just before Halloween. It's a small ask. It's $100,000 matching money. And I want you to know I'm not singling out any town or municipality. I've talked with the leaders over here at the city, law enforcement, the department who takes care of our transportation, and everybody's doing everything they can. I'm Relative to that incident, there is a study ongoing. And fortunately, because I think, many people think, because of that speed trailer, that child was not killed. Because it does have an effect. The way this works is the dollar for dollar matching, competitive. And so a trailer costs $20,000 and one of these signs costs 10. So dollar for dollar. I sure would appreciate your support and ask for your favorable consideration. Any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just a question. Seems like this should be something that the municipalities themselves kind of take under consideration. So if they would like it, and then it would be up to the people in that municipality that vote for the elected officials within that municipality. And it seems like that's where this really should take place more than from this body statewide. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just conclude by saying briefly that, this is optional. It's a step in the right direction, I believe. I sure would appreciate your support and call for the question. Thank you.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1 has failed. Now we're looking at second reading amendment number 51, and that would be Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment to House Bill 51 and ask for your favorable recommendation. What you have here is a task force. I'm asking for $30,000 from the general fund to the Office of State Lands and Investments, and $30,000 from the general fund for Legislative Services Office to expenses anyway, for unmet low-income housing. What this task force is going to be comprised of is 2 members of the House of Representatives, 2 members of the Senate, Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments, or the Director's designee, and 3 non-legislative members of the public who are experienced in public housing. These people will be tasked with studying the issues surrounding unmet low-income housing, the needs, the purpose, the recommendations for how to implement low-income housing programs. So the task force will identify those needs within Wyoming communities and identify available land, the infrastructure needs, the construction needs for low-income housing. And then they'll report back to joint appropriations and joint corporations. So within our state, there are many of these communities that have the opportunity for growth, and the growth is being, well, there is not low income. So what's low income? That's the people that might be working at the big box store. Those kind of people cannot go out and go buy a house now. They can't even hardly get into rentals. I guess I stand for questions.
Representative Harrelson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's interesting, I sat in a committee where we had a bill that came forward that was talking about making a task force where we could study the needs of retirement for private businesses. And it was a bill. But now I'm seeing something that's very similar in the budget. So we're building task force and budgets now. And it puts in there how it works and what it looks like. And so I'm going to ask the question again. And I think this almost needs a ruling. Is this legislating in the budget?
Are you calling for something?
I'm calling for a Rules Committee on this.
All right. Rules Committee, come to the front. I could get everybody's attention if the House would come back to order. So after the Rules Committee met, the debate on whether this is constitutional, that'll be made at the mic on this amendment, and that's my ruling. That'll be made at the constitutionality of this will be decided by the body upon debate. Chairman Northrup, need to go back to you, I think, because we were in the middle of a point of order, and so I'll go. Were you done with your opening comments on your amendment? I think you were.
Mr. Chairman, or I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, yes, I was finished with my opening comments, but in order to expedite the proceedings for today, I'd like to pull this amendment and set it aside.
Chairman Northrup, I really appreciate the fact that you withdraw this amendment, so thank you. Second reading amendment number 51 has been withdrawn. We are now at second reading amendment number 52, and that is Chairman Northrup again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is the governor's letter. The governor's letter essentially asked for, I'm sorry, and I said that word. This is the chief executive's letter, one of his letters, and he essentially asked for $15 million to be put into an account so that we could have low-income, affordable housing. And I have lots of reasons why. There are communities, one of them which has retiring a coal-fired power plant in favor of another form of steam. They're looking to have 214 single and 89 multifamily units put in, but they need water and sewer. And almost all of these towns that have desires for this are looking for water and sewer or acquisitions of raw land in order in which to be able to build onto and improve their economies. And that's what this comes down to, basically, is a chance for other communities to be able to improve their economies. We talked about diversity of economy, diversity of what's happening with these economies or these housing places, towns, cities, need to be ready for what happens. And many of them are there and they're ready for it. So ask for a favorable consideration.
Representative Haraldson, were you at the mic for a comment on this or not? I couldn't tell. Representative Haraldson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So obviously, I believe that it's goes without saying economic development and growth equals housing issues. That's just the reality of it. I believe that in this situation, though, we're going to put $15 million in account, no real sideboards, no real rules, nothing to kind of lay out what it looks like. How do you qualify any of that? So this year is just a $15 million injection, really with no plan on where it goes. And so I think that, do we need to address a housing crisis? Yeah, absolutely, we probably do. But I believe that's probably going to have to be done through either a bill or through a task force or something else, because this right here kind of feels a little bit like we're putting a 1,000-horse motor in a Pinto, and it's not going to go down the road very well. So I suggest a no vote.
Chairman Zwanitzer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address all those concerns, there's a really great House bill called 132 with my name on it that addresses all those and would set up all of this if it gets heard in the Minerals Committee on a Friday. But if it doesn't, then at least we have some money in the budget. I mean, even if it did get heard, then it would still have to make it out of that committee by Friday and not get re-referred. So the money would already be there, and it would actually work really well and dovetail into the legislation that has this same appropriation in it that the chief executive did ask for, that many of my constituents, and I think many of yours, are all saying we have a significant housing issue. Your committee number 7 in the interim spent all year on these issues trying to figure out how we move forward. And so while we're not maybe all united on the best vehicle moving forward, I do think this moves us forward, gets us one more step and we can put some sideboards on it as we go along. So would ask you to vote in favor of this amendment.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out to the body that this organization already exists. It's called the Water Development. They are already set up to do all this type of work. So if you would just transfer those funds to theirs, instead of stripping the funds out of there, we would be way ahead of the game here. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I think you made a great point about the infrastructure around this program is already set up. It lives within the State Land and Investments. And so they have a process to accept grant applications from local government, so cities, towns, counties, and tribal governments to apply for these funds. And these funds can only be used for infrastructure to support water, sewer, and utilities that then support the unmet affordable housing needs that our state has. And so today, I had a great conversation with the mayor of Kemmer, and he shared with me that he is concerned that they don't have enough infrastructure or built homes for workers, right? So we know that there's going to be a boom in that community, which is amazing. But companies are saying to that local municipality, you have to have skin in the game. You have to lay the groundwork, lay the foundation for this infrastructure, so then we as private industry can come in and build housing for our workforce. Let's do this in partnership. So this tool allows local government to take that hurdle, that first stepping part, away from private developers. So local government owns the water sewer infrastructure, they lay it down, and they create this atmosphere, then private industry can come in and develop workforce housing. So I ask you to consider this as it's something that all of our communities are struggling with.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Haroldson for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you know those times when you go, well, maybe you don't understand if you live in the capital city or in the city in the center of the state, but when you live in a little city, you go to the big city, and you go and you do all your shopping, and you get done, and you're like second to last stop of the day, and you're adding up all the receipts that are crumpled up in your pocket, and you're realizing that the day just cost you some cash. And we're there, guys. We now need to decide, are we going to go out and get a steak, or are we going to go and get a chicken sandwich? And so I would suggest let's not put this 15 million in right now. If this was truly a need, it would have been an ask. And so I would just recommend a no vote on this.
Anybody else for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Zwanitzer for your
Thank you,
second
Mr.
time.
Speaker. I would say it was an ask. It was an ask by our chief executive in his message, and I know there was lots of conversation in the Appropriations Committee, and I'm very happy to hear a member of the Good Appropriations Committee get up and support this bill. And so I do think it's been asked for, it's been vetted, and it's certainly on the table for our consideration.
Anybody else for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Northrup.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would just ask for you to vote aye, and that this is a great way in which to get some more money into the communities to develop what's going on, what they need to get developed, and to get these programs like water and sewer, vital infrastructure, into these communities. Vote aye.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 has failed. Division having been called, Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Ellamand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Harold? No. Any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 34 aye, 28 no.
Second reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment is second reading amendment number 53, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second
Second reading amendment number 53.
second amendment number 53 to House Bill 001 at this time.
Yay. Second reading amendment number 53 to House Bill 1 has been withdrawn. Chief, is that all of them? House Bill number 1 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Do we have any messages from the Senate? No messages. Do we have any reports from standing committees? Reports from standing committees. It's 6 o'clock.
House Bill 116, sponsored by Representative Alaman, prohibiting foreign property ownership in Wyoming, an act relating to property. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 116, prohibiting foreign property ownership in Wyoming, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Stith, Walters. Noes, Representatives Nicholas, Sherwood, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 127, sponsored by Representative Angelos, Healthcare Facilities and Clergy, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 127, Healthcare Facilities and Clergy, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, Hornock, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Ward, Yin, Swanitzer. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman. House Bill 152, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams, Life is a Human Right Act, an act relating to abortion. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 152, Life is a Human Right Act, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Rodriguez Williams, Washit. Noes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Oakley, Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 177, sponsored by Representative Harshman, expulsion for possession of a deadly weapon, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 177, expulsion for possession of a deadly weapon. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman. House Bill 223, sponsored by Representative Summers, Wyoming Preschool Provider Grants, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 223, Wyoming Preschool Provider Grants, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Allred, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Noes. Representative Andrew. Representative Northrup, Chairman. House Bill 231, sponsored by Representative Crago, Public Defender Funding Amendments, an act relating to the Public Defender. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 231, Public Defender Funding Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Chestick, Crago, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes. Representatives Haroldson, Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 239, sponsored by Representative Singh, Vehicle Idling, Decriminalization, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom was referred House Bill 239, Vehicle Idling, Decriminalization. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. House Bill 261, sponsored by Representative Washit, Breach of Peace within a healthcare facility, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 261, Breach of Peace within a healthcare facility, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Chadwick, Clauston, O'Hearn, Yin, Swanitzer. Noes. Representatives Hornock, Penn, Trujillo, Ward. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman. House Bill 263, sponsored by Representative Swanitzer, Dan. Restoration of Voting Rights Amendments, an act relating to criminal procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 263, Restoration of Voting Rights Amendments, respectfully reports same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Chadwick, O'Hearn, Trujillo, Yin, Swanitzer. Noes. Representatives Clauston, Harnock, Penn, Ward. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman.
Chief, any re-referrals? I didn't see any pop up here. Okay. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, February the 2nd, 2023.
Committee announcements. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5 will meet at 7 o'clock in the morning. We're going to work 4 bills. These will be the last House Bills Committee, so be prepared to get through them quickly because they're good bills, and I had to leave a couple on the table, and I think I'd love to get through all 4 of these. They are House Bill 222, House Bill 271, House Bill 130, and House Bill 168.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to echo the good Chairman of Ag's plea that we get through 4 bills. House Bill 92, Wyoming Film Production Rebates Program, House Bill 108, sale of THC vaping devices and edibles to minors prohibited. House Joint Resolution 3, Wild Horse and Burro Management Practices, and House Bill 225, Game and Fish Partners, and that'll be tomorrow upon noon recess. Thank you for travel, recreation, wildlife.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3 will meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thursday, February 2nd, in East Room number 3. We're going to try to do 7 bills tomorrow in 3 hours. Mr. Chairman, they're just little bills, except for one, Mr. Speaker. So House Bill 114 will be up first at leasing and sale of state lands amendments at 7 a.m. and then followed by House Bill 170, Public Fund Reserve Spending Policy, House Bill 174, Homestead Exemption Amendments, followed by House Joint Resolution 2, Constitutional Amendment, Residential Property Tax, House Bill 98, Property Tax Homeowners Exemption, House Bill 163, Mineral Royalties Proportional Severance Tax Refunds, and then at 9:15. So I don't think we're going to start any earlier, but we're going to cut it off by 9:15. We're going to hear House Bill 87, Crimes of Obscenity Revisions. Again, we will start no later than 9:15 with that bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two of my favorites here. They want to help me introduce a couple of bills. I'm not nearly as ambitious as the rest of my chairman counterparts tomorrow. We will be meeting upon noon recess, and we will be only dealing with 3 bills. House Bill 154, permanent vehicle registration, that's continued from this past week. House Bill 199, license plate decal breast cancer awareness. And House Bill 277, vehicle registration, e-certificate, and grace period as time permits.
Chairman Nicholas, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations Committee will meet on adjournment tomorrow to hear House Bill 188, then 284, 270, 267, 105, and 250. And what we don't get done, we'll do on Friday.
All right, Caucus Chair Obermueller, did you have an announcement?
Mr. Chairman, in anticipation that we would go late tonight, I did not plan a House Republican caucus tonight. Plan it for next Wednesday.
All right, you've heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 2nd, 2023.